Here and welcome back to our animation stream. Sorry for the delay there. I don't know what's going on with YouTube, but it was taking forever to acknowledge that I was trying to stream. So hopefully today I didn't mess up and you guys can actually hear me. It looks like my audio is picking up, so that's good. I got a haircut. I got bangs again, so if I look a little different, that's why. Exciting. It's the first time I've been into a salon in over a year and a half. So that was a bit unnerving for me, but it felt good. Okay, so hopefully today we can get mostly done with this. Hello, Tom. Welcome to the stream. Happy to have you. As always, Tom is my most regular viewer. And without you last time, Tom, I don't know how long I would have gone before realizing that my microphone audio was not working. All right, let's give ourselves... Uh-oh. Did I just see some weird popping happening early on in our animation? It shouldn't have been affected. Okay. Let's take a look and see where we're at with things. I want to try to get this finished up as much as possible today. Hi, Heather. Hello. Oh no, I said your real name. I'm sorry, I just got excited. Oh, thank you for the compliment. I got bangs to hide my giant forehead. So. Oh, thanks, guys. You're too kind. Dance party in the house. We're just going right into the dance music today. My Spotify is trying to tell me something. Okay, so we're gonna just continue doing more of the stuff with the mace like I was doing on Thursday. It's getting there, but I still need to work on this ending and actually have his body reacting to the mace hitting his shoulder. Doxed! Oh no! I'm sorry. Oh man, though, seriously, like, I don't know if you guys know of oh my god. Why am I blanking on her name? She's like it's right there. She's this like Twitch streamer who has her own character. She's like a VTuber or whatever, and she's got Code Miko. That's the name. I don't know if you guys watch Code Miko. I love her. You should check her out if you don't. But she got like a temporary ban from Twitch for like accidentally showing someone's info on her screen, which, like, I'm not saying that she shouldn't get banned for that, but it just sucks that it was so accidental for her, and she just, oh, whoops, crap, there's a ban for you. All right, let's hide this motion trail because it's very distracting, and we're going to shorten our timeline here again. I hope the music balance is okay there. According to my mixer on my OBS, the music should be half as loud as my voice, so hopefully that's the case. For me, it's loud because I'm like, yeah, music, but... Oh man, this is gonna be tricky trying to pull this off here. First of all, this knee popping is driving me crazy, and I want to fix it. This feels like such a cheat that I'm just, like, toying with his stretchy thing, but I don't even care. Boop, whoop, too much. Let's grab our key in the graph editor. still being annoying, isn't it? Give you a little more there. Ugh. Why? Maybe we want to do a bit of the low one too. I don't want it to be like super obvious that I'm doing this. So if I just like make his high one extend really far, then it'll start to look funny. So let's see what happens if I just fake it. Fake it till you make it. That's a little better. This is really annoying. I hope I don't like end up changing where his foot is planted, because then I'm gonna have to go through this all again. This is why I usually wait till like the very end to do stuff like this. But really bad knee popping drives me crazy, so I don't want to look at it anymore. Well, it's still there, but it's at least a little less noticeable. I've got to finish this up this weekend. Regardless, I don't know if it's going to be today that I call it done, or I have other stuff I need to do this weekend, so I don't want to spend all weekend on this. But May 31st is the deadline. So pretty much whatever I have by the end of day tomorrow, probably I will just call it good. Hello! Hello, Foxy. I love your Anim. Thank you so much. I'm going to call you Roy John because I'm going to mess up the first name in your name and I don't want to mispronounce it. So you are officially Roy John to me. I'm sorry. I feel like that's better than butchering your first name. Correct me if I'm wrong. So, this spine is both IK and FK, is that correct? Yes. So now what I could do here is constrain his mace to his shoulder. Once I get it to a spot where I want it to actually set. So like, let's say, well, this is his final pose, right? So I can constrain it to, what would be a good spot? I suppose his shoulder control. This guy, oh, that's his other arm. Oh, he's got a little crossover situation here. Yeah, so if I constrain it to that shoulder, and oh my god, this is another trick that I learned through the Animation Sherpa course, and I should have refreshed my memory. I thought I was gonna be able to remember this, but so if we put this hand, okay. Oh, first of all, I guess we still have a aim constraint on here. So let's just go ahead and bake down the animation on our hand. And is the weapon constrained? The weapon is attached to the hand. Okay. So we'll just do this. Make sure I have my whole timeline so I don't mess this up again. And now we can delete that. So what I want to do here is this last frame. So this is attached to spine, but I think, let's find out which control that is going to drive it. Okay, so it looks like it's attached to the top spine control. That might be okay. That might be, yeah. I think that's worth us not having to deal with doing some like constraint stuff. So we'll just leave it in the spine space, and it's going to inherit any animation that we do throughout the whole animation, but we're just going to animate the end. So, like, you know, I want to try and make sure to not touch the stuff that happens before he puts it on his shoulder, because that'll affect the mace animation. But guys, I have a 4-day weekend. I am super excited about that. Monday is an American holiday, and then I just decided to take Tuesday off because I'm fully vaccinated, and you know what I want to do? I want to go to a brewery, bike up to a brewery, sit outside, and drink a beer. That's what I want to do. I'm still not ready to go into restaurants yet, but I will totally go hang out on the patio and drink a beer with my friends. John is better and easy. Biswa means world and Jit means winner. Oh, that's really cool. All right, I will call you John then, if that's okay. That's awesome though. So your name basically means world winner. You have won the world, sir. That's great. Let's see. I'm maybe gonna pull up my video reference, and I just want to, like, I haven't looked at my video reference for a while because I feel like we're beyond the point where it's like as useful, because like we used a video reference to get our basic structure of our animation in, but then at some point it's like, okay, now I've taken over creatively and we're just going to make decisions based on visual appeal rather than actual reality. But for this particular thing, I do want to remind myself of what the guy, like how his body moved when he put the big old sword on his shoulder. So yeah. Let's see here. Where did I put my video reference? There we are. Open this guy with QuickTime. Suppose I shouldn't lean that far away from my microphone. You guys probably can't hear me. Sorry about that. Oh my god, it's so big. All right, so if we take a look at the end here. Okay, it's not actually, because he's just like, he's sort of teetering it on his shoulder. That's not actually a really great reference for us. For the actual, like, oh, this is how the body would move when you go clunk with it on your shoulder. Do you have any Discord channel by chance? I do. Let me get you that link. If you, I don't have Discord open right now, but if you go to my home page, like on the banner, there should be a Discord link. If you click that, otherwise, let me just go ahead and open my Discord and I'll post a invite in the chat. Let's see here. Invite people, that's the one. See if that works for you. So we're just gonna have to kind of do this ourselves, guys. I I don't like doing things manually. I'm lazy. I want things to automate for me so that it can be easy. You may not have to actually do my job now? That's no fun. So, let's take his translate. I'm just gonna try some things out. I don't know how good this is gonna look, guys, but... And I'm probably gonna adjust the mace hitting his shoulder too. I'm just gonna decide for my sake, we're gonna have the mace land on his shoulder on frame 120 because that's where I'm starting this bit at. Because right now, the way it's like coming onto his shoulder, it's just sort of a steady motion, and I don't want that. What I'm gonna want is for it to like speed up as it hits his shoulder. So I am gonna modify that a little bit. But I'm just making the decision now that that's going to happen on frame 120. All right, you're in my Discord. Well, welcome aboard. It's not very active. I'm sorry about that. I have been better at checking Discord more regularly lately since I started my animation channel, but... throughout my gaming channel, there wasn't really much going on. I don't know, I'm probably just a bad server host and don't really know how to get people engaged. But it's there anyway. I'm also realizing that... we're probably going to want him... yeah, we want the settle to happen a little bit later. We want the camera to hang on to him for just a smidge longer than it already is, so we don't want him to completely freeze, and I'll need to make sure that we've got enough time on the end there. I still need to modify this camera a bit too, because I want it to be more of an interesting rotation back to him. Grr, so many things, so little time. I think maybe we'll try another 5 frames here. Yeah, and I think what I want to do is not have the camera move till just a little bit later, where it's like, oh, he's picked up his mace and now we can zoom in. Because, like, one thing with camera motion is you want it to at least kind of feel like there's a person behind the camera from the sense that, like, if you follow something perfectly with the camera, it's gonna feel like it's attached to the subject. So, like, you know how it's like really weird when somebody has a head cam attached to themselves and they're like walking around the world and it's like you see the world moving in the background because the camera is like perfectly focused on this person. If you have like a real person behind the camera, they're always reacting to what they're watching, right? So even like ice skaters and stuff like that, the people are really good at their jobs, but they're still always just lagging a little bit behind the motion of what they're following because they don't want to predict the motion and then be wrong, and then you have to like jerk your camera back, right? So we want to add just a little bit more delay to our camera there. I speak as though I'm like an expert on camera, and I am definitely not at all. What's really frustrating is I know a lot of basic stuff about camera work like I was just talking about, and like I know how normally you don't want to do what I did here where you actually roll the camera, but because like the Dutch angle thing is really common in these character intros, it kind of works, right? But what's funny is I can't find more advanced information for myself. It's like, oh, all these basic tutorials out there that are really good information, but it's stuff I already kind of know, and it's good to hear it again, but I want to know how to make it a little better, and there's not a lot of info out there. It's either like really beginner or really advanced. I need intermediate. So if any of you are camera people, it sounds like an untapped market that you should hit, and then let me know when you do, and I'll come watch your videos. I think I actually made it a little too late though. Sorry if you're getting motion sick from me playing that over and over again. That's kind of one of those downsides, is that it's great that I don't get motion sick, but then it's also bad when I'm working on stuff and don't realize that it could induce motion sickness. My main problem is I cannot make unique ideas for animation. Could you please discuss about this? Sure. So I don't necessarily know that you need unique ideas per se. You can go with something simple and just make it really good. One piece of advice that I had gotten from an instructor when I was taking courses at iAnimate that really stuck with me forever is when you think about your character's motion, think about it in this way. It's not so much about what's happening, it's how the character feels about what's happening. So to elaborate on that a little more, think about so you're doing like a weight exercise or something with a character where, oh, you're tasked with, this character has to push this heavy box and move it, and you're like trying to show, hey, I can push a heavy box. I can animate a character pushing a heavy box. Okay, that's fine. And you can animate that really, really well, be completely polished, and the best body mechanics ever. But if all your character is doing is, yep, he pushed a box across the room, that's not very interesting. So what I like to always ask myself is why? Basically, why is the character trying to push the box? And maybe it's not a box. Maybe it's a big object. Like maybe this character just robbed a bank and he ran out there with a safe, but his dolly broke, and now he's got the safe. He doesn't want to leave it behind, but it's really, really heavy. And so he's like panicking. He's trying to push this safe, even though the police are coming after him, and he hears the sirens, and he's like, oh God, but I gotta take this safe with me, so I gotta push it across the street. And you're still doing your exercise of like, oh, character pushing a heavy object. But it's not about him pushing the heavy object. It's about, why is he pushing the heavy object? What is his motivation? What is he doing with that object? And why is he in a hurry? Well, he's in a hurry because the cops are coming after him because he just robbed a bank, right? Like, I don't know. That's just the first idea that pops into my head. That's probably not a great example, but hopefully that helps out a little bit. Second thing is, I get problem with dynamic camera movement. What I want, cannot make it. Always weird motion come. Yeah, me too, man. Like, this piece that I'm doing right here is like the most dramatic camera animation I have ever animated. And it's still not really that fancy compared to what I've seen some other people doing for this competition. My best advice with camera is keep it simple. Like, most of the time people move the camera because they think they need to move the camera, but you don't actually need to do it. I would recommend, watching some movies and really think about the camera. Like, instead of just like paying attention to what's happening in the movie, pay attention to the camera. Like, watch something like Blade Runner or The Matrix or something that like it's like a dramatic, a noir, dystopian movie or something like that, and pay attention to what their cameras are doing. And you'll find that most of the time, the cameras aren't really doing that much. Like, the most dramatic camera movements in The Matrix are things like when he's dodging the bullets, right? But that's super over the top, and most of the time, you don't need that type of thing. And it's your camera motions are best when people don't actually think about the fact that your camera is moving, because that means they're focusing on what's important. You don't want them to focus on the fact that your camera is moving. You only want your camera to be used as a tool to aid the story that you're telling. So you don't, like, it's always better to try and err on the side of simplicity. If your camera is moving, make sure that you have something in the background that the viewer can have for like a relative thing. So like, I'm gonna probably add some more to this guy. Like, I have like a HDRI dome thing that I might render out with this guy. It's the ground plane helps a little bit. But I'll just show you if I turn this off. Now watch my camera motion. It's like, whoa, what's going on here? We don't know. Is he like flying all over, or where like, we don't have any sort of relative position. So like, when we see this Dutch angle, it's like, whoa, what's happening? Why is he sideways? So you need something in your background to give you that visual cue of your object, your point of interest relative to the surrounding world. Again, unless you're like out in space and you're watching Star Trek and then the Enterprise is flying by. Well, it's out in space, and so that's okay. You have no idea which way is up or down, because there is no up or down in space, right? That was a lot of jabbering, guys. I apologize. It is really hard for me to work and be productive at the same time. If you haven't noticed, I've been sitting here going do 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 do, not actually doing anything. So that's how that goes. But I enjoy talking, so I'm okay with that. In any case, what I wanted to do here was stretch out his animation at the end, kind of, just so that he doesn't completely stop moving. Let's see if that's gonna be. So what happens if we just go, come on. Are you lagging, Maya, or did I just not click it right? Oh no, you're lagging because now I've let go of my mouse, and I don't know why my graph editor is having such a terrible time with this character. Like, overall, this scene feels really light to me, and there's been no lag with my playback of my animation, but for whatever reason, when I try to do something in my graph editor, it's just being a turd. About unique idea, your words will help me a lot. Thanks, that's cool. Great. Yeah, glad to help. Yeah, that's just, like I said, the number one thing is to think about your character's motivation. It's totally fine that you don't have like a unique idea when you start out. Like I said, you just, I want to do a character. I really want to animate a character doing a cartwheel. Okay, that's fine. So animate the character doing a cartwheel, but then think about like, why are they doing a cartwheel? Is it a child? Is it because the child really wants to do, they're learning how to do a cartwheel, and they're going to fail at the cartwheel, and then they're going to sit there and then they're going and like burst out crying because they failed the cartwheel, right? So it's like, that's how you make something. Oh, my monitor just turned off. That's cool. That's how you make something mundane interesting. Is like, we're all doing generic stuff in our lives, right? But what's interesting is the personality behind a person that is trying to achieve a goal. Oh no. Well, I slowed down his his little bouncer, but I can speed that back up again. Mostly I just didn't want him to freeze, but I'm gonna have to add in animation myself because I don't think there's keys on all of these things, so scaling it out just didn't really do much. That's okay. Not a big deal. But now we should have our little bounce back again. Yeah, okay, cool. So let's start finessing this up a little bit more here. We'll probably just put like a moving hold on him or like give him a fake idle animation. My microphone is blocking my view. Let's see. Whoops, that was too far. Let's have him keep moving a little more to his left, or to his right. Yeah. So I'm just kind of like thinking about him moving in all axes and how the mace would affect his rotation. In game industry, I have heard some positions, but not clear with those. For example, cinematic animator, technical animator, gameplay animator, etc. I am confused what I am. Yeah, I understand. So I consider I am basically an animator. I am like just an animator, and what that usually entails for me is that I essentially do what I'm doing here, what you see me doing. I don't really do anything with camera work because I'm, let me clarify, I am a gameplay animator since you pointed out cinematic animator. Yeah, you can be a cinematic animator and you can be a gameplay animator. Most of the time, you're not both unless you're working on a very small game that has like a cutscene here and there, but it's not like enough to warrant having a whole other team. The game I'm working on right now, actually, we do have a couple of cinematics, but we're outsourcing that work because we're a small company and we don't have enough people to really handle doing that. We're focusing on the game side, but if you think of something like The Last of Us or Uncharted, like they'll have a cinematics team and a gameplay animation team. And with the difference between the two is the cinematics is very much like film in the sense that they're animating to the camera and they are telling a story, a specific story where they have a script. They'll often have dialogue that they have to match, and it's been storyboarded out for them. And that's what they do. They're like putting on a miniature film. With gameplay animation, you're doing a lot of cycle work. So walk cycles, run cycles, jumps, climbing, attack animations, vaults, lots of stuff. A lot of like action oriented thing. Body mechanics are incredibly important for doing gameplay animation. And let's see, technical animator, that's usually the person that is making the rigs for you. So they might have a bit of animation background, but they're not doing the animation work in the game. They're going to be creating the characters for you, rigging them, skinning them, perhaps writing tools for you to make your job a little easier, that sort of thing. So hopefully that answered your question a bit. Sorry, I'm just putting lotion on. My hands are a bit dry. I do like a very small amount of scripting, mostly, well, not mostly, all Mel scripting at this point. I have done a little bit of Python in the past, but I do have to like bring my animations into the engine and test things out, make sure it's feeling good, that sort of thing. So a gameplay animator will often be doing that sort of stuff too if you're at a small enough company. Whereas at either a very large company, sometimes animators will just hand their animations off to someone else to put them into the engine. Or if you're on the cinematics team, you don't touch any of that. I personally like being at a studio where I get to bring my animations into the engine and test them out because it's important to know what your animations feel like and you get to like see it in real time. So I find that very beneficial, but that's not always the case depending on where you're working. I'm double fisting. I'm trying to lean away from my microphone so you guys don't hear me swallowing. You know what I just realized, guys? I did a very big naughty. I don't think I've saved yet. Here I've been working for 45 minutes and I haven't saved. I'm very lucky that Maya hasn't crashed on me. Whoops. Oh yeah, the other thing, another big difference between gameplay animator and cinematic animator is if you're doing gameplay, you have to make sure that your character looks good from all camera angles, whereas as a cinematic animator, often you can get away with it only looking good from one camera angle. I still tend to, now that I've been a gameplay animator, even when I am animating to the camera, I still tend to look from all angles and make sure my character looks good. Part of that is just habit, but also I do think things can be affected by your character not looking balanced from another view. Um, and I think I mentioned this in another stream where sometimes a person, I see this a lot in like student work and 11-second club and stuff like that, is somebody will be animating a dialogue for a character and they're animating from the waist up or like mid thigh up, and they're not actually animating the feet because they're like, oh, well, you don't see the feet, so I can just pretend like my character is shifting their weight and I'll just bob them up and down. And you can really tell because that's not actually how people move most of the time. And you don't just like bob back and forth between feet. You actually shuffle your feet around even when you're just standing talking to someone. So I think it's important to at least make sure things are looking somewhat okay from other angles. Like if we look at this guy, one thing I'm gonna ignore is that like maybe his mace path won't be perfect from another angle, or like his foot might not quite be perfectly planted on the ground, but I'm not gonna be concerned about that because in the beginning of our animation here, we're not really seeing his feet. So like I'm not gonna worry about his feet being planted perfectly like between this frame and this frame, right? But I do still want him to look balanced so that way it just like goes all the way up through the body and feels coherent. Thanks, now I am clear. I keep 1 or 2 shots of motion capture edits in my demo reel. What is your suggestion about gameplay demo reel? Yeah, I do think it's good to have some mocap, like if you've been able to do some mocap cleanup, have a couple shots in there, and make sure you put like some text that pops up on the video that says mocap cleanup, so that somebody knows that was mocap cleanup and it wasn't keyframe. And as far as like other work that you should put in your demo reel for being a gameplay animator, as I was saying, body mechanics. Have at least one really, really solid walk or run cycle. You don't want like a whole bunch of those, but nobody's going to hire you if you can't do a good walk cycle, because every single game needs some sort of walk or run cycle, some sort of locomotion. So put in a couple of good locomotion pieces, and then maybe some fighting stuff. And it also kind of depends on like what type of game you're trying to get a job at. Like if you're aiming for mobile companies, then putting in a bunch of like little cutesy characters that are very stretch and squashy and have these like really silly idle breaks and that sort of thing is important. But if you're trying to get a job at like one of the AAA studios like Ubisoft or Ubisoft, I always say Ubisoft, or Naughty Dog or something like that, then you want to have a lot more body mechanics stuff, more realistic animations, body mechanics, attack things like punching, using weapons, that type of stuff. Or if you want to get a job working on a fantasy game, maybe you want to put some creature animation on your demo reel. So it just really kind of think about like what your ideal job would be and tailor it towards that. too far forward here. I am sure there's got to be an easier way to do this than I'm doing, but alas, here we are. I feel like I have coffee on my mouth. Is that your neck control? Yes. Oh, that's right. This is like his jaw. Okay. I have many questions, but I think I am stopping you again and again. I better shut my mouth off now, but I am happy to see you animating. Well, thank you for being considerate, but I really don't mind. I mean, that's why I'm streaming, right? It's like, it's so much more fun for me to stream when I have people to talk to, so don't feel bad about that at all. I just hope I'm answering your questions for you. No, I mean, the main reason that I'm here is, I guess there's a lot of reasons I'm here, but one of my motivations for having this channel is because back when I was learning animation or trying to get into the game industry, there weren't a lot of free resources. I didn't really know anyone. I couldn't ask questions and that sort of thing. And so I want to help people. I want to be that resource if I can be. And so I'm happy to answer questions if you have more questions. And see how much I'm actually pleased with how this coming along. I feel with how this is coming along. I feel like just adding in a little bit of something. Like I don't even know how accurate this is, honestly. Like if there was actually a dude that was lifting up a mace like this and putting it on his shoulder, I don't know how accurately I'm animating the body reacting to him putting this on his shoulder, but the point is that it is affecting his body in some way, and I feel like that really can add a lot to your animation. And I might finesse it a little more later, but I just wanted to get something in there. I tend to try to work coherently across my whole animation where like, so this whole thing is 145 frames, right? Like, wouldn't it suck if I spent, 20 hours just making the first 90 frames like absolutely phenomenal, but I never touched anything between 90 and 145, and now it's like, oh crap, my animation is due. And I wouldn't get finished. Like I think it's better to have your animation be the same level of polish throughout and be not like quite as high level of polish as you want it to be than to have half of it be extremely high polish and the other half of it is like obviously unfinished. So by me not having any sort of reaction to his mace landing on his shoulder and submitting this, that would look like it was unfinished, right? If I submitted it like this, it would look like, oh, it could use some more polish, but it fits with the rest of the animation as far as like how far I got. So I think it's important to kind of like work in layers across your entire animation. Use a little bit more from the front view. Excuse me. Just had a tickle in my throat. Oh yeah, look at that. I didn't put any rotation X because I was animating from the front perspective. I'm too lazy to delete all these keys, so let's just move it up a little. Let's have his hips react a little bit here too. They'll kind of go back a little first and then react. Can feel this weight very well. Oh, thank you. I'm trying. Obviously, his right arm is still very janky and poppy, so I do plan on fixing that in a bit here, but. Oh my god, I just realized I have to animate the loincloth too. Ah! And it probably won't be too bad. Uh-oh, siren's going off outside. Sorry, I live in the city. Will you finish this today? That is a good question, my friend. The question is, do I ever finish any animation? The answer is no. Will I call it done today? Maybe. I have to call it done this weekend because the competition ends on Monday. But I feel like I'm getting there. There's always something I want to do, right? But like the beginning here, I don't think there's much left I'm gonna do to the beginning. So it's really just kind of this ending. Like I do want to make his left arm look a little better. Right now I just kind of have it like come off the mace and then it's just sort of doing its own thing. But I think I could finish it today, potentially. Aside from like the rendering and stuff, I'm not gonna count that as a part of my day, but I probably won't do the rendering stuff on stream just because like I don't really know exactly what I'm going to do. I might actually send it out to a render farm. I'm not sure. It kind of depends on how long it takes my computer to render. So like my squirrel animation and like the jump animation and stuff that I did earlier on my channel, those are like 30 frames long, and my computer was taking like, gosh, how long was it? It took like a few minutes to render each frame, just because like my graphics card is kind of old, and obviously I'm not getting that updated anytime soon. But this is 145 frames, and especially if I'm going to have like an HDRI dome in the background, like I don't want to lock up my computer all weekend. Also, I just might not have enough time to render. So there's like these rendering services that you can pay for online where you essentially like send them your file and then you pay by the like hour of time that it takes your stuff to get rendered. So I might do something like that. We'll see. And in that case, I wouldn't like be able to stream that, right? Or I just might not render this. I don't know yet. Rendering isn't a requirement of this competition. I see some people rendering, some people not. It's potatoes, potatoes. It all just kind of depends, I guess. Oops. No, stop. So one thing I don't like about his slamming the mace down is his whole torso kind of moves. It's just like beep, beep, beep. And I want it to be like shapam. That's the official term. So I might just go ahead and put the whole like aim constraint thing back on this mace. Because right now if I modify his torso, as you can see, it's going to affect where his mace is at, and I don't want to do that. So let's save our file, and I will... Oh, left-hand offset. Why is... Oh, that's right. This was my thing for... Yeah. Okay, I'm just going to leave that there. That's fine. Now, I don't have the script for... specifically for this maze because I was having issues with things, but I have this little button that will at least get me part of the way there. So whoops. Oh, interesting. I thought, huh. I could have sworn that our mace was set to -y, and that's why I had to change this. I don't know. Huh. Okay. That's weird. In any case, let's get... Oh, that's because I'm dumb. I'm in world mode, not object mode. Ha 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 ha. That's right. So we want to -= 90. So now it's lined up with Z, which is good. And then we'll... get this guy here. Put him down. Like so. Do our aim constraints. Aim vector, -z, a vector y, world vector, mace root. Yep, all looks good. Right? And then we'll take this and drive our hand Oh, wait. We don't want to do that yet. Okay. Undo this aim constraint. I forgot that we need to bake down this motion first. There we go. Now we'll do the aim constraint. Oh wait, this is positive Z, isn't it? Yeah, okay. That's right. The negative Z is for when we do it the other way around. Is this Argo Fox? No, it's Harris Heller. Okay. Most of my playlist is Harris Heller, aka Stream Beats, because his stuff is like, oh, you will never get any DMCA takedowns for this. So the purpose is specifically for streamers to use all of this royalty-free music that he has like cultivated into a couple playlists, and there's like 17 hours of songs, which is great. And I'm sure if you've been watching my streams, you've heard a lot of the same songs, and I do apologize, but this is the safe music for me to play. Okay, oh, why do you have a 360-degree rotation there, my friend? That is annoying, but we're just gonna pretend that's not a thing and see what happens. Okay, so that's working fine. And that's working fine. Make sure everything looks normal. Yes, it does. So now, if I rotate his chest, his hand will stay in space, which is exactly what we want. So I think you should make a series of live stream workshop where you will animate some shots to make an awesome demo reel from planning to finish. I think this will be a Bible for all the time. Well, thank you. That sounds like quite an undertaking. Let me just say that the stuff that I am working on, like now and in future streams, the intent is for me to be making pieces that I would want to put on my demo reel. So there's that at least. But as far as like a streaming series where I'm compiling all of these shots for a demo reel, that's gonna be a long time with the amount of hours that I'm able to do to this. So I'm happy to at some point like talk about demo reels and shots and what's a good shot on there. But yeah, I mean, essentially what I'm working on now, I want to put this on my demo reel when I'm finished. And something like this would be a great idea to do if your goal was to, like, say, work for a company like Riot or Blizzard, you know, anybody who has a MOBA game where they have these, like, character intros like this, having something like this on your demo reel would be really good because you're like, hey, look, I can do the thing that you guys do with, like, every single one of your hero characters. I do highly recommend participating in challenges. This one is specifically the Anim challenge, so they have a group on Facebook that you can join. Also, there's the agora.com website where, like, they're kind of like working with Anim Challenge for this, and that's where I downloaded this rig. It's free. You can use it too. Riot provided a few free rigs for this challenge. And by participating in the challenges, you can see what other people are doing. You have a deadline for yourself, you have parameters for yourself. So having some kind of structure can often help get you started, and it's a little less overwhelming than like the question you asked me earlier was like, how do I make a unique animation? It's like, well, if you're sitting there and you're thinking like, I need to make an animation and it needs to be unique, that's a pretty like overwhelming way to start. So by having like some basic parameters that you have to follow, that can maybe help get the ball rolling. 11-second club is another good thing to participate in. That one is more tailored towards people who want to be in like feature film and television, since it's dialogue stuff. It's not bad to have dialogue on your demo reel, because even if you're going to be a gameplay animator, there might be some dialogue stuff. Like when I was working on Bloodlines 2, we had a lot of dialogue in that game. RIP, that game, the plug has been pulled on that project, unfortunately, with the company that I was working for. But there was still dialogue stuff that I had the opportunity to work on. And if I didn't have experience animating dialogue through the education that I had before, they probably wouldn't have put me on that part of the project. But the Anim challenge does seem to be a lot more tailored towards like body mechanic type of stuff, gameplay stuff, because there was like, the last month I think was like a Naruto challenge where you had to animate a scene like you would find in Naruto. Another time it was like Avatar: The Last Airbender, and it was like do an elemental attack kind of thing. So I want his hips here to go down before the rest of his body. So he's like, pow. And then we can give him a bit more of like an interesting pose here. Because he's really leading this attack with his hips. So we want there to be a bit of a overlap with his chest here. In fact, I think we're not having it happen soon enough. Whoops. Thanks a lot, Foxy Fern here. It's almost 3 a.m. We'll finish this after sleep. See you in the next live. Take care and happy animating. Yeah, thanks so much for coming by, man. I started doing a thing this week that I think I'm going to continue with, streaming a couple times during the week. I'll be streaming a little bit earlier, so it'll be 8 a.m. my time. It'll only be for a couple hours, but so that'll be 4 hours earlier than the stream started today. So if that time works better for you, feel free to stop by during the weekdays. And but yeah, I understand definitely over, like, maybe you're in India. That time zone is much later than it is here for me. So I appreciate you hanging out, though. I had a good time chatting with you and answering your questions. And so yeah, thanks a lot for popping in. Have a good night. Get some sleep. I don't like how he kind of just pops right back up here. So let's find out which control I did this. Looks like this guy is the culprit here. We'll just delete a few of those keys. let's see if we can make this mace a little better when it pops down on his shoulder here. Yeah, I think what I'll do is just put a motion trail on his wrist control. Whoops. Or I guess it was the mace root. But yeah, as you can see, it's very jerky here. That is no bueno. Let's go ahead and fix that up. So I think the part we need, oops, part we need to fix here is the mace dropping down a little faster. I'm gonna shorten my timeline again, make it a little easier to pay attention to. Put a motion trail on that guy too. Actually, I don't want it on the target thing itself. Let's just unhide the motion trail that's actually following the mace. I'm gonna turn off that one. Too much junk going on. Going through his head here. That's one of those things. I think I mentioned that I had tried to fix this early on in our streaming series here where I rotated the mace so that this like pokey thing wasn't sticking through his head, and then for whatever reason, I don't remember why, it got all messed up. But that's probably something I'm gonna fix at the very, very end of this animation, because now I don't want to mess things up, right? So there's a lot of jankiness going on here with this hand, so let's clean this up a bit. I think the mace is still feeling a little too soft here. That's a little better. Sometimes all it takes is one keyframe, guys. Maybe we should have it a little more to the side here. Gotta get that motion trail to update. It's feeling a little better. Maybe his hand comes back in Z a little too early here. Ugh. Yeah, sometimes my eyes really annoying. Another thing we could do here is maybe have his elbow stay up a little longer so he's like, let's see if that helps us out at all. Whoops. And then so up here and then down. I don't know how much that really helped us. What happens if we just remove that there? I feel like we're gonna need to like rotate his hand a bit on the mace, but we can't do that right now. I think I'm gonna use a little trick for that later. And it's almost 2 o'clock. That means I should take a break. Sitting down too long. The arm's not near as poppy now, though, at least. So that's good. think I want this right foot to be a little more delayed or something. Why don't you turn on update all the viewports? Would help in seeing both the views simultaneously. That is a good question, Kaz. The reason why I don't do that is because it will lag my Maya sometimes. So that all depends on what you prefer, how you prefer to work. But for me, it tends to slow down my Maya quite a bit. Mm. So now I need to fix his little rotation here. This is when it's troublesome animating both ball roll and the foot control itself. What is happening there? Oh, weird. Looks like I didn't grab the rotation or something. Oh, we don't even really see his foot there, do we? See, now this is an example of when it's probably fine to not make something look perfect in all the views, because if we're not even gonna see his knee popping, what's the big deal? Like, if we modify the mace animation a little bit, we might see it again. So I don't want to, like, completely not care about his foot. But as far as fixing that knee popping, I'm not going to worry about it unless we end up seeing it. Alright, let's just have a reminder of what this looks like as a whole, because it's very easy for me to get stuck in my tunnel vision sometimes. I think it's coming along. I'm never happy with what I'm working working on. So I'm like, meh, it's mediocre. It's a good start, even though I have to be done soon. Such is life. What do I want to address next? Probably fixing the mace coming off the ground now that I've like sort of messed up the planting that I had there before. So probably go ahead and bake down the animation we've done on with the aim constraint thus far and do it backwards so that way I can plant the mace on the ground, because like in case you weren't here last stream, I'll just show you the way this aim constraint is set up. If I move my root around, the mace doesn't stay planted on the ground. So instead of having my target at the end of my mace and the root at the front of my mace, we're going to reverse that aim constraint and have the root here and the aim up here. And that way we can plant it on the ground. But let's fix this. It seems like our hand is kind of futzing around here. Oh yeah, I'm also gonna shorten my timeline again. I don't like how it just goes ping pong. So let's check our curves here. Like, I do want it to kind of slow down and speed up, since it's as though he's pulling it off the ground. Oops. But I don't want it to, like, hit a V like it was doing. Oops. Oh, what have I done? And then we want it to kind of feel like he's sort of catching the weight of his mace by pushing his hand forward there. I don't know how well I'm pulling that off, but that's what I'm attempting anyway. Did I just make this look worse? I feel like I did. Maybe we don't want his hand to come forward like this until later. Yeah, that's a little better. I think that's all it was. But we do want him to kind of come down and catch it like this, I think. Sorry, I need to... Sorry, Zach, I'm missing messages from you. It's bad form to text while I'm streaming, but sorry. Okay. So let's go ahead and bake down our hand control here. Make sure we've got our whole timeline. And we'll just get rid of those guys. So now what I can do here is if I grab the weapon, did I give myself a world space script? Looks like I did. Let me just save this file just in case before doing something like this. Da-da-da. World space, both. Thank you very much. So now, hopefully, yes, okay. So now what I can do with this is, well, actually, hang on. I'm gonna wait to do this. Did I break it or is it still working? Weapon default. Okay, cool. I realize I want to do my aim constraint looking good before we go fix that wrist there. What? So we want the root down here this time. Let's pin it there. And so we've got our offset, got our root. Make sure it's gonna be driving up this mace. Let's rotate it just a smidge. Check Top view. That's pretty good. And then the mace target, it's not as important what it's doing. So now we'll do ourselves a parent constraint. Bake these down. And now this time we want negative z. Oops, not 11. And I think that should still be fine. Yeah. Check this out. Yep, that works. And that works. Cool. So now let's go back to fixing our spot where it hits the ground here. We do not want it to dig deeper into the ground. Good deal. And now let's fix this rotating that's happening. It's just going a little too fast, and this was because of our earlier aim constraint. I like that it's rotating, but let's have it happen as he's like pulling it up off the ground. Yeah, shorten our timeline again. I always gotta make sure I bake the whole timeline, but then when we're just watching this end part, it's kind of annoying to watch the whole thing. Oh, you know, we should add maybe a little more. We should add like some side to side maybe with his smacking this down. Kapow. Just a smidge, just so that it doesn't feel like it's on a track. Oops. Ah. Alright, so it's also going sideways in X, and we don't want that, so we'll clean that up too. Think the hammer needs a little more rotation so the tip stays on the ground until he really pulls that thing up. Yes, I totally agree. Still just trying to finesse this little sucker. Do I want to do that? I don't know. Ah. Oh, I think I made it too soft. Let's have him anticipate a little more before trying to lift that sucker up. That might help us make it feel more like he's pulling up on it. This is a tricky beast. Ugh. I feel like I made it worse now. His body... It's like his arm is just pulling up on it. I feel like I made it worse, you guys. Trying to animate something with weight is really tricky. Especially when I'm not using video reference for this part. Like, I want to have video reference, but I don't have any specific reference for this. Whoopsies. It's like, I don't want the mace to feel like it's so heavy that he can't wield it around, right? Because he was literally just going sure, sure. So now I feel like I'm making it too difficult for him to lift off the ground. I wonder if I've like sort of messed it up now. I think the problem is our... Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, God. Messed up my camera. Should probably lock it. In fact, I'm gonna do that right now. I think part of our problem is that our hand should continue going up as he lifts the mace. And right now it's not. No, I did it again. I thought I locked the camera. What's going on? Oops, not that. We want the target. I think maybe one issue is if we have his upper body move like a little faster, it'll make more sense. Because he's like using the momentum to pull it up. So let's see if that makes a difference. Instead of this sort of slow thing that's happening here. That's a weird little What do we do here? Okay, I really should stop and take a break, guys. So, gonna put up my little break screen here, if you can call it that, and leave my music running for y'all, and I'll be back in a little bit. Alright, I'm back. Hey, it's Hakoba! Welcome to the stream! You made it! You've never been able to make a stream before. Happy to have ya. Sorry you showed up, like, right as I was taking a break, but hopefully you're still here. Okay, this guy is a beast. So I had a decision that I made while I was away on my break. This is really, really quite bad and ornery of me, but I think I'm going to push this animation a little sooner and kind of hide my bad animation. It feels dirty, but this is what people do, guys. Hide your animation with camera motion. Yay, you're still here. Oh, that didn't really work, did it? Actually, I think I made it more obvious now. RIP. There goes that idea. Lols. Alright, so what should we do here? I'm gonna... Let's see, pulls it up, back, so maybe if he rotates to the side a little bit, make sure that's gonna look okay in our game camera though, or film camera, whatever you want to call it. Oops. Yeah, I think we just kind of had him rotating the wrong way here. So picks it up. Let's have him come back. Like so. That was maybe a little too much. Yeah. Maybe that's not what I want to do. Gosh. This is one of those things where I'm kind of in over my head right now. I don't have perfect reference for this spot. And I haven't really animated a character doing this before. What is popping here? Did I accidentally rotate something? Hello? Yeah, something's popping. Is that my shoulder? Nope. Huh. Ah, maybe it's this guy. Ooh, yeah, that looks nasty. Let's fix that. think part of the problem here is that the mace sort of stops as he's picking it up. So let's see if fixing translate Z on the mace root will help at all. So it kind of feels like it's like sticks to the ground right now. I don't want that. I do want it to like kind of lift slow and then fast, but we don't want it to stick. That's a little better. No, I just made it worse. Let's actually maybe have him pull to the right a little more than he does. Maybe that'll help us a bit. Oops, that's the wrong direction. That might be part of the problem. What happens if we grab all of these keys, minus the hand, because we don't want to accidentally mess it up, and just have him chill out here for a second. Gonna save my file before I do this. Because I think part of the problem is that he should be lifting up a little faster. So I want to speed that motion up. But I want to give him a beat of sitting here. So let's just see what happens if I... Oh. So one problem, I don't want to mess up my animation that we have of his mace hitting his shoulders. So let's actually grab everything before that. How do we want to do this? Let's maybe we'll just grab these keys in here and scale them. Of course, my Maya's gonna like freak out. Doesn't like me using this tool, I guess. This is annoying. I don't know. I was not having issues with this scale tool at work, but this is cool to see. Well, I'm glad to hear that. It's I guess since you just joined the stream, I should maybe show you what the whole animation looks like so far. Ugh, come on, Maya! Oh god, what have I done? Alright, so pretend I didn't just ruin the ending there. And this is what it looks like. Ka-chow. Ka-chow. So there you go. That's it. That's the whole damn thing. So is this fast enough now? Not quite, I don't think. So let's speed it up just a little more. Of course, because Maya is taking forever to react to me, it's hard to tell just exactly how far I'm moving this thing, because now I'm just sitting here waiting for it to react. Oh, it's definitely not going out of my way to see the whole animation, because that's just a good thing for me to do periodically as I'm working so that I don't forget something that I did earlier on, and I, you know, look at the whole animation together to make sure it's all feeling coherent. So it's good practice for me to just go back and forth and do that. Oh no! Come on, wake up, Maya! Ah, there we go. All right, so now I want to grab these and maybe try 4 frames later. That's a little better, actually. Oh yeah, let's make this smaller again. But let's grab, oops, these keys. I just want him to kind of hold this pose for a second. So let's grab these and also move them 4 frames. Could almost do with a little bit faster yet. Let's see. Could also just delete a couple keys. And then grab all of these. And say plus equals 2. And hope that we didn't just screw up our animation. This kind of reminds me of Overwatch's Play the Game of True Things of the other day. Yes! Yes! Thank you, Hakoba. Thank you for thinking that. That is the utmost compliment that I could have received from anyone just joining the stream. That is exactly what this is essentially supposed to be. It is for an animation challenge, a monthly animation challenge, and this month's task was a character intro animation in kind of like the style of League of Legends, like when they're introducing their skins. So that is exactly what this is supposed to be. Yes. Thank you. You have made my day, sir. Okay, I'm just gonna add a key here. Oh god, what have I done? What was that? I don't know. I don't know why that... Oh no, what? Why is this changing my curves when I save a key? That is not cool, man. Maybe do I accidentally have something selected that has a constraint on it? Oh god. Now what happens if I save a key? Hello? Will you save a key, please? Oh, okay. I think that was all it was. I had the control selected that I shouldn't have had selected because it's constrained to something. But all is well, my friends. Oops. So let's do that. Yes. I'm also gonna fix his left arm because, like, right now he just kind of goes like bloop, bloop. But that's kind of one of the last things I'm trying to focus on. For now, I've got all these in-between keys, so I'm gonna bake down this little section here so that we don't have those nasty in-between keys. This is one of those things where if you don't want... Oh god. If you don't want keys on every frame, or I mean, if you don't want in-between keys, you can, like, just grab them in your graph editor and move them, and they'll snap to the nearest key if you have snap on, that is, which I do not. Or you can select all of these and say right-click, snap, and it will do the same thing. But the reason I don't want to do that is because I want to preserve this data, and that's going to take the keys and move them into different locations, so the animation isn't going to look quite the same. So instead what I want to do is bake it down, because it will take whatever value it is on this key here, even though, or on 92, even though the key isn't till like 92.2, and it will make a key out of that, which is what I want. And I personally don't mind having keys on every frame because I'm so used to doing mocap cleanup that that's just the way you work. And either you go in and you delete keys, or you can work on an animation layer, and that will help so that you don't have to bother with all the baked keys every time. All right, let's help out this poor little guy here. I think part of the issue is that we've got it parented to the spine, so it's gonna react to everything the spine is doing. In fact, how about we take care of that? We're going to take our shoulder control, convert it into world space, and animate this locator. Ooh, that's gonna have some nasty gimbal locking there. But now we can see our rotations a little better here. This is also kind of ugly that the arm comes back down. What does our silhouette look like? It's not great. What have I done? I've messed up our beautiful silhouette for this pose, guys, by trying to make the weight feel better. Let's just move his butt over a little. Come on. Nope. How do I want to do this? I'm just gonna grab these keys and scale them. Just a smidge. And now if I, say, rotate this like so. Of course, we'll have to fix our keys here, or our curves rather. And if I grab his wrist, I want his hand to be a little more visible than it is. He's got this like bracer thing kind of blocking it, so we don't have to worry about it too much. But something like that is a little better. Oops. Of course, that key needs to be a little closer to when he smacks down. Maybe we just delete this key here. Yeah, that's better. Interesting that his arm is rotating quite a lot here. What happens if we save a key? It's because of his clavicle. Oh dear. What happened here? Oh no. Oh. It's because we accidentally messed up the Y. This is actually really unfortunate here. I kind of want a different rotation order on this locator, but now we've got it stuck. So what I might do... What if we grab the shoulder and... For one thing, change it to world. Let's make sure there's no other keys on that. And change its rotation order to... I think we would want Y, Z, X. Yes. And now if we just go ahead and bake this down, we can delete our shoulder locator and see what happens with this guy's rotation. Is this actually in world now? No, that's not what I expected at all to happen. What I wanted to happen is where the arm will be in FK essentially, but still try to stay in place. Like it won't be pinned to the air, but like the rotation would still try to stay that way, and that's not at all what's happening here. So, see that it happens when I rotate my clavicle, but not when I rotate the spine. I want the arm to stay there even when I rotate the spine, but it looks like maybe I can't do that. So it's almost working. You still got this weird, like, it's going bunk. So we don't want that. That's probably because the X is going back up and I don't want it to. That's a little better. This isn't a very appealing frame here. I'm not a huge fan of it. But I'm kind of running out of time, so... You know, in animation, it's like every frame's a painting, but not today. Or it is a painting, it's just not a good painting. I'm a hypocrite. Oh. Whoa, why is... What happened? Shoulder FK. Oh god, what's going on? Oh. That's weird. It's because it was like turned off at the beginning that it didn't want me to be able to zoom in. Let's make sure this clavicle is not doing weird stuff, which it is, so cool. guy. He's giving me troubles. At this point, sorry guys, I'm not talking very much, but I'm just trying to work fast. Trying to get through this. I was only going to stream till 4 o'clock today, which is about 20 minutes from now for me, but I don't think I'm quite done. Oops. Oh, we don't want that. Nope, I don't like that. Nope, nope, nope. Let's animate it in the root part. I kind of screwed this up again. I think I need to reverse my aim constraint. You not talking much. I'm distracted playing Warframe with my friend in voice chat anyway, but I'm also watching you on my second screen. Point being, it's fun if you don't talk much. Okay, good to know. Thank you. Yeah, I always like watching streams of people just working and just kind of chill out while they're on my second monitor as well. I am quite alright with that. Yeah, I think the issue I'm having with this is I need to make it look like his mace is rotating on his shoulder. So, I'm just gonna bake this down. Come on. And once again, we'll put on another aim constraint, folks. Oops. I should have constrained to the weapon. Let's see. Do we want it on negative? Nope, we want it on positive Z. That's right. Negative is when we do it backwards. Okay, that looks good. And that looks good. All right. So I don't want to mess up my ground pound part. Let's see if we can just get this in the air part looking good. Oh boy. This is like going a lot better than it would if if I hadn't have learned this aim constraint trick. Like, I just don't even know how I would do this without it. It'd be a nightmare to animate, but it's still really challenging. Sure, there's another trick I can use, but I don't have time for tricks anymore right now. Ugh, Maya, why you gotta be like that? Alright, let's turn off this motion trail. It's giving me problems. Whew. I think it's improving. It's just very slow at this point. Now I've like messed up his. What have I done? Ehab Mohammed, finally I attended you live. Hello, welcome to the stream. Glad you could make it. I'm just trying to finagle this animation to make it look the way I want. Right now I'm dealing with knowing what I want a thing to look like, but not being able to achieve it. It's quite frustrating. Could you explain the hypergraph leader? I can explain it now. It's pretty straightforward. I don't know if you're familiar with the outliner, but the mode that I'm using isn't terribly different from the outliner right now. I just like the layout of it. What you can do differently than the outliner though is, for instance, I have my control here. I can go over here, hit F, and find that control, and then, you know, I can click anything I want to in the hierarchy. Or, so that's what this button is here. It will show you the scene hierarchy, and this button next to it will show you the input and output connections of whatever you have selected. So I did it for that guy, and now you can see, oh my god, look at all these things that are connected to it, right? But if I was looking specifically for, like, what joints is it driving, or what is this constrained to, I can use this input and output connection graph to find that sort of thing. But this is, like, I don't usually use this when it comes to what I'm doing now because it's very complicated, but I do like just this top part here where I'm using a lot of like locators and motion trails. I can come in here and easily select things without having to dig through it in my outliner, because these things won't necessarily be next to each other in the outliner. And if I'm like, okay, I want to see how this motion trail is looking, I can turn it on, and that's the end of my mace. But I don't always want it on because it will slow down when I try to move my controls. But I don't necessarily want to delete it and remake it every time, so I can just hide it, and then it's right there for whenever I want it. Very useful, thank you. And the hide option for motion trail helped a ton for parent constraint. Also, thank you. Yeah, you're welcome. Absolutely. Happy to answer any questions that I can. Yeah, because for instance, if I have this showing and then I want to like move my controller around, right? It's giving me my spin wheel and then it's like, oh god, because it's lagging. It's trying to calculate that motion trail and that's annoying. I don't know why it's not doing that for this other motion trail. It's probably just because of the locator that I have it set to doesn't need as much calculation, but man, putting this sucker on his shoulder is really something else, let me tell you. This is a challenge. I think both of these... Either I need to make his body react a frame sooner or make this mace and stuff happen later. I think I'm gonna opt for his body reacting sooner. So let's select these controls, but I'm gonna deselect his hand because it's constrained right now. And we're just gonna delete that and make everything react 1 frame sooner. Oh my god. Okay, I can't even shift my keys in my timeline very quickly. Oh wait. Hang on. Oh. Oh no. No, my way. Alright, I'm gonna do this the good old-fashioned way. Let's grab these and say minus equals 1. Oh, looks like we still have some in-between keys there too. Did that even do anything? Blurg. Change of plan. We're just going to have these guys happen a frame later. Maybe 1 more frame later. That's a little better. Why you didn't get weight on the top of the arc? Give it. Why didn't you give it weight on the top of the arc? I'm not sure completely what you're asking. If you mean like that, I am kind of animating both the wrist and the mace at the same time. It's just kind of like sort of massaging it back and forth to make sure it's doing what I want it to do. I know, like, it's not great. I know. I'm really struggling with this. Oh no, don't worry. I just wasn't exactly quite sure what you were asking. So hopefully I answered your question. I'm using like an aim constraint right now to handle this motion here. But it's still tricky to get it looking right. Like it's stuck at the top, then hit on the shoulder. Yeah. That's what I'm trying to go for. Easier said than done, my friend. There's a reason why, if you go and look at the challenge page right now for this, there were a couple of other people that decided to animate this character, and they have him swinging his mace around too, and they look very, very weightless to me. Like, it just looks like he's swinging around a Nerf bat or something. So this is a challenge for sure. It's a challenge for myself. It's a challenge for many people to animate a character with convincing weight. And now his hand is like sort of popping all over the place here. Ah, get out of here. Let's see, I'm gonna hide that. think I'm making this worse now. I think this looked better an hour ago, you guys. What have I done? Let's see. I'm just gonna see if this looks any better or if I've made it worse. I think it looked better before, you guys. I think I made things worse for myself. Gosh darn it. Yeah, I hate to say it, but I think my last hour was just kind of going a little too overboard. I know this doesn't look great from this view here, but I think I'm running out of time and I just need to get to it. Stop worrying about it. It's like, I feel like this is pretty good here, is pulling it up off the ground. But then beyond that, I don't like it. Let's see what happens if I throw these on a layer and do some quick stuff. That helped a little bit, actually. Just having some more motion continue after he lifts this up. Let's add his clavicle too. Oh, you can do it. Thanks. I'm trying. It's getting exhausting. It's frustrating when I haven't made progress in the last hour, you know? Diego, hello. Why do you always have the hypergraph hierarchy next to you? How useful is it? Is it easy to get used to working with that? It's totally personal preference. I like it because I can easily go in here and select things. Like I do a lot of constraint work. So if I, like for this aim constraint here that I have, it's like, oh, I want this guy and I want this guy, and I do an aim constraint, and then I come over here and I'm like, I want to see this motion trail, and I want to see, oh, looks like I deleted my other motion trail, but it's like really easy to select stuff and hide things and parent things and constrain and all that sort of thing. It's certainly not a requirement. It's just a personal preference. And I honestly only just started doing this recently because of the animation Sherpa course that I went through. Richard Lico sets up his workspace like this, and I was like, oh my god, I really, really like that, because he was doing all this work in the hypergraph, so I am too. But if all you ever do is select the controls out here, you don't really need the hypergraph. The whole reason I have it there is because I'm using locators and motion trails and stuff like that, so it's useful for that purpose. But most people, I don't think, do that, so you are not doing anything wrong if you're not using your hypergraph to animate. Yeah, it is super useful for stuff like what I'm doing. Because, like, you can go in the outliner and select everything in there too, but what I like about this is that it's all visible. Whereas in the outliner, everything is, like, hidden under subfolders, so you have to, like, hit F to find the thing that you're wanting to grab. It's also useful for things like, for instance, say I'm like, I don't know what this is actually being constrained by. If I hit this connections graph, now I can see that this mace offset has a aim constraint that it's between the mace target and the mace root, because you can see its output connections are into this here, and the mace target and mace root are inputting into this constraint. So it can be useful for stuff like that. If you're like, I don't know, like if you have something really wonky going on in your animation and you're not sure why, sometimes you can look at the input and output connections to see if there's like things that are driving it that you weren't aware of, that sort of thing. And to think that he thought he needed the anim bot. I assume you mean animbot for those things. Which thing in particular? I mean, animbot is great. Don't get me wrong. I use it at work because they pay for our licenses. I am not using it currently because I don't. I'm paying for my own version of Maya. I have an indie Maya license. Even though, like, I have Maya at work, I can't use my work stuff for my personal things. So I have my own Maya license, and I'm like, I don't also want to pay for Animbot right now unless I start using more of the features, which probably what I should do is really kind of dive in to Animbot videos and really kind of figure out everything I want to do. But at the same time, the stuff I've been learning from Animation Sherpa is I think Animbot kind of does some of those things, which I actually prefer to have more control over what I'm doing, because that way I know exactly where the problem is if I am the one who has created the locators and the constraints and all that. Whereas, like, in my experience, when I've tried to use stuff with Animbot at work, like the temporary pivot change and that sort of thing, it'll crash my Maya, or it'll give me results that I can't undo, or it'll cause me problems later down the line. I'm sure it's just because I don't know how to properly use it yet. I know a lot of people really love Animbot, so I think I just need to give it some extra time in learning it. But right now I'm like, I don't want to pay for that. Alright, I'm gonna try baking down this hand control again. And reversing our constraints like we did before I messed everything up. And I'm gonna be a little more careful this time. I'm not gonna try to overwork it. I'm gonna like call this good as far as like the basic motion, and I'm just gonna try to polish it because I'm running out of time, you guys. This is what happens when I have a full-time job and I'm trying to do an animation that's like a challenge I haven't really done before. I've never done anything quite like this, and it's just I don't have a lot of extra time. I don't have a lot of extra creative energy right outside of my job, and I don't want to burn myself out. But let's go ahead and save that. And we'll create our locators again. Only this time. And this button I have up here is just my weapon select, because the weapon control is this in here, but it's like I don't want to zoom in and select that every time, but it's also really far away from everything in my hypergraph, so I just made a little shelf button to select that. Wait, let's see. So this time, right, I do want my root to be at the handle, and we want the target to be at the end. So now, let's see. Parent constraint, and grab these two. Parent constraint. Bake them down. I only use 5 things with the Animbot that will help me a lot, but with what you just showed me on the hypergraph, now I'll use only 3. Oh, all right. What is the thing that my showing you the hypergraph helped out with? I honestly don't know, but you're welcome. Because this is the other thing, is like it's really easy for me to go in here and like just grab the constraints and delete them instead of having to, yeah, go through my outliner and find all that stuff. Okay, so grab this guy, parents, and I already forgot now. We want positive Z. Okay. XYZ. Da-da-da. Everything looks good. Yeah. Everything good there. Everything good there. Okay. So once again, I'm going to try to finesse this ending here. What was it that I wanted to do with this? That's right. It's kind of the... I think the hand is mostly there, what I want to do. The elbow is still like all poppy and crazy, so I'm going to fix that eventually. But I think it was the mace that I really kind of wanted to fix. Yeah, the hand curve is okay. This is... could be a little better right there. I do really like the Animbot motion trails. That is like kind of the only thing I really use on a regular basis. there's a few reasons actually, that I really like that. I like that it color codes your curve like kind of a rainbow color based on like how close the curve is to your key that you're on. So it's like this, you know, you can see it's red before the key that I'm on and it's blue the key after, but it's still hard to tell. I'm like, wait, how far away is this key from the time that I'm at? So it doesn't really help you with that. The other thing I like is I don't get any sort of lag when I'm moving my controls around with the Animbot motion trails because it's not like recalculating like Maya is every time I move a control. And then the last thing I really love about it is you can put a motion trail on anything, whereas in Maya, the object has to have keys on it. And if you put a motion trail on something that is just like parented under something else, it doesn't show you where the keys are. So if you're trying to work on your spacing between keys, it doesn't show these little white dots unless you actually have a key on every frame, whereas Animbot will. So I love the Animbot motion trail. So if I can just get accustomed to using like one other feature on Animbot, it'll probably be worth it for me to have it. Oh, interesting. I like dip down right here. Weird. Well, let's not have that, shall we? Ooh, this is all kinds of messy, isn't it? And the great thing about doing this aim constraint deal is that I don't have to worry too much about messing up the motion of my mace when I have it keyed with the aim on it. So I can like fix the hand curve without really messing up my mace curve, whereas otherwise I wouldn't be able to do that. So I am a big fan of aim constraints now that I know how to properly use them. That looked a little jittery there, didn't it? Yes. Let's fix that. What did I do? I messed it up. It's coming along. Still kind of feels like this mace sticks a little too much here, doesn't it? Yeah. That means I'm gonna have to reverse my aim constraint again. It never ends. Never ever ends. Hmm. Actually, I don't know why I did that. I should just hide it. Or rather, I don't want to hide it. Because I wanted to see it. Whoops. What happens if I just delete this key? And then delete that key. And delete that key. We're just going delete crazy. I really like that you animate the camera in this shot. I think I'll start doing it too. Yeah, I don't know. Since this is like a character intro thing, like League of Legends, it's kind of, it would be wrong to have an animation without camera motion, but I'm not very experienced with it, so I'm glad you like the way it's looking, because I don't normally animate the camera very much. All right, bye, Diego. Thanks for coming by. It was nice chatting with you. Uh-oh. Oh, that's ugly. Oh, no. What did I do with this layer? Oh, this was before I added all the things, I guess. Why did you guys not... Oops. What happened here? Huh. Why is this not updating my graph editor? Hello? That's weird. These keys should have all been... Oh my god, I had my preview on normalized instead of... what's it called? Instead of the regular view. Absolute view, that's what happened. Okay, guys, I think I might call it a day here. I'm not done. I'm not done with it, but how about I do one more stream tomorrow and that'll be it. I feel like I'm almost there. Now there's just some polish things I need to do, like his left arm needs a little more TLC yet. And gotta fix that head wobble at the end that I've created now by adding some chest rotation, but that'll be pretty easy. And then some more finger animation, and then fixing that right wrist and elbow in world space. But I think we're getting there. So one more stream session tomorrow, and then we'll be done. And I'll probably go back to making some actual videos for you guys. If you do really like this streaming stuff, please let me know, and I will continue to stream. I will try to do a little bit of both. The reason why I basically completely gave up on videos this month is because this is a challenge, and so I had a limited amount of time to do it. But if I'm just like working on my own personal project, I can animate whatever I want and take as much time as I want, so I can do a mixture of streaming and actual videos. You like the head wobble? Well, okay, let me clarify what I meant by that. So this wobble right here is intentional. The wobble that is unintentional is it's like right in here where he kind of goes blurp 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 blurp. But this wobble will stay because that was I meant to do that. I guess maybe it's not as, I guess it's not that bad. But like here, how his head is kind of going, rotating with his body, I want his head to be kind of stationary until the mace hits his shoulder. So anyway. Well, guys, once again, thank you so much for joining me in this stream. This has been a lot of work, and hopefully I will get this done in the next few hours of our next stream. So anyway, thanks everyone for joining me, and until next time, stay foxy.